Hello, 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 hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to Feedback Friday, Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob Johnson. We're back from holidays. Hope everyone got some good, relaxing, chill times over the break. Hope you caught a bunch of mice and had your golems return with wondrous loot and are well on your way to kind of sending them all out and returning with wonderful rewards. Hello, welcome back. As you can see, it is going to be an art day today. Um, Hi. So, for today, art-wise, I don't have anything like critical to be drawn in my docket currently. Since we're back from the holidays, we had basically wrapped up everything we needed to before we took our break. And this week has been a little bit more kind of uh, upkeeping of some things that needed kind of doing. I've been working on some docs for kind of like, organizing future things and planning and all kinds of stuff. And so, since I don't have anything that I'm planning on drawing today, and there are no major deadlines that we need to, wrap up like next week or anything, basically, this is a great opportunity for us to look back at some older characters and creations that we've done and repurpose them, or rather, kind of redesign them, update the old artwork. And so, it's basically, I like being able to do this when we can, and it's a bit of a rarity. We often kind of have like, oh, okay, so this is the content we're doing. We need to like get that ball rolling, and there's very little time to kind of jump around and kind of like, do stuff that we would love to do. So, yeah, we're going to try and do a redraw today. But I figured, at New Year, let's let you guys kind of help decide what we would like to redraw. I have kind of like a number of characters that I've kind of like figured could be good to do. I know in the past you guys have suggested all kinds, which is fantastic. Um, one of the kind of like directions we could go with this is one of the things I would like to accomplish this year would be to touch up the town of Narnia. It's no guarantee we're going to end up doing this, but I would like to basically actually redesign the gameplay in that section because when you have a new player on board into the game, that's one of the first adventures that they kind of have to sink their teeth into. Hi, Charlie. Camera's on, so you got to walk in front, hey? And so that could be a candidate of characters in the town of Narnia that we could redraw. As well, the Whisker Woods is a section that doesn't actually have any kind of like proper gameplay yet. So we've been kind of like designing some potential experience for the players, and so hopefully we get to do that soon too. Maybe even before the Town of Narnia redesign, if we end up going that direction. So there are mice in there that would be great to redraw. So yeah, or just anywhere really. If you guys are like, I absolutely don't like this mouse, which I'll probably agree with if you feel that way. And yeah, it's something that let's figure out some characters together, and we could put up a poll and get cracking on it. Um, hello everyone. Love the pebble mouse. Yeah, the mobster mouse is definitely a character that is very outdated looking. It was a pretty early one, uh, so I would not be opposed to redrawing that one. I don't know if it's going to be the most relevant right now, but when the next kind of King's giveaway happens, which of course will happen, it'd be nice to have because that one is one that you'll encounter at least more than the leprechaun. That's for sure. I still haven't caught that, which I'm sure you guys all know from the last Feedback Friday that we did, where we had kind of the whole crew just hanging out and chatting and complaining that, only a few of us actually caught the leprechaun now after more than a decade of playing. All right. Let's see. Yeah, birthday mouse is a pretty old one. We've like used that mouse so many times too. It started as a Christmas character, I think, and just kind of like transformed it, and eventually it became the birthday one. I believe. Maybe it started as the birthday though, and we like turned it into an elf for Christmas or something. Let's see. Has been a little while. Yeah. Some mock sketches of HUDs for old areas. That's an interesting concept. Just kind of like scheming up some ideas for gameplay in areas that could use some repurposing, or even kind of modifying, like, here's what the HUD is, here's what we could, maybe explore, and it'd be kind of neat to get your feedback on those kinds of directions. That's an interesting idea. I'd even be interested in seeing, like, if you guys have ideas for that kind of stuff. You're always welcome to kind of message me on my art page, share your ideas, sketches. I haven't gotten a lot of like HUD design sketches, which would actually be kind of interesting to get, because I always appreciate kind of like getting kind of suggestions and concepts and stuff like that. I think that's super cool. And I like to kind of see what you guys would like to see. And sometimes it's kind of, brought some fresh ideas into the mix. Tiger Mouse, yep, that one is definitely in need of a redraw. We actually have, so if you guys remember MouseHunt World, there is an artist that was kind of taking some of the mice from the indigenous mouse group and kind of redesigning them for MouseHunt World. And the tiger mouse was one that was kind of redrawn. And that one actually I quite like. So we might actually end up dragging that design into the game. There's a few more of those that we might do that with. So we'll have to kind of like have a chat with that kind of like other team and kind of see what we can do about that, because I think that one's pretty nice. Vote we redraw the dragon mouse. Oh, interesting. That one was probably the first mouse that I like really kind of like went in on when it came to kind of like rendering and trying to kind of like make it really something different and kind of like more in what MouseHunt aesthetic has become. So that's kind of an interesting one, and absolutely could look a lot better, of course. Yeah. Add more details to the Gilded Slayer canon trap skin. Interesting. Yeah, I mean that's something we could consider if we feel like it's not kind of like holding up compared to the original trap. I know that one of the things that the original trap has is kind of more atmosphere and kind of energy around it, whereas like at the base, the gilded trap skin doesn't have that same kind of presence down there. So that's something to consider as an input for sure. All right. Some late nights for people here. Don't like lose sleep on my behalf. It's a very important thing, and the video will be recorded and uploaded, of course. So feel free to share your ideas and input, and hopefully we'll be able to kind of tabulate that, and maybe it'll get picked. Who knows? But good sleep. It's important. All right. Yeah, so the original redesign of Town and Anya did improve things, to be fair. And it's not like the most huge priority that we kind of redesign the gameplay for the Town and Anya. But we've been kind of like thinking about it, and it's not actually very strong. I think personally, I feel one of the important things in kind of like getting people inside of a game is giving them a good experience of what the game has to offer. Charlie Tail, hello. And so, like, since the Town of Narnia is kind of like where they actually start to play MouseHunt as MouseHunt, I feel like if we can kind of like give them the actual MouseHunt experience through that somehow, as opposed to kind of like the weird mechanic that doesn't really reflect the rest of the gameplay, I feel like that would be better to do. We do a lot of kind of like super interesting gameplay, further along, like cool boss hunting and like there's excitement and stuff you're building towards and there's meaning behind your actions. Whereas I feel like a lot of the early game doesn't quite do that. So I really personally want to be able to kind of like rebuild a lot of the early game stuff, and that's difficult because we don't necessarily have the resources to kind of commit to that kind of thing. But I think if we can capture that in the town of Nanya, that might excite people enough to kind of be like, this has some pretty cool gameplay. And then the other areas we've kind of designed to kind of like get through a lot faster. And so even if it doesn't necessarily have this like, whoa, amazing moment to it, you kind of like get through it quick enough and go to the next area, and maybe you're excited enough to upgrade your trap or whatnot, that you kind of like stick around, and then hopefully you get to those areas that have a little more meat on their bones and kind of just, are exciting. But bottom line is, the more people that we can kind of like stick around earlier on, that will, like funnel into much greater value in terms of kind of like having people discover the really good parts of the game. So I don't know, it's always an ongoing challenge, but it's something that is easy to ignore, and so someone has to champion it. Otherwise, it will always be ignored. So hopefully we can do that. All right. Sorry, I'm bad at keeping up at chat. It's not even zooming by. Yeah, like a mock travel isle HUD would be pretty cool to design. I mean, we could experiment. I don't know how entertaining it would be for stream. I have actually done some scribbling on the travel isles, trying to kind of like figure out how we could alter that, or rather just give it a HUD in the first place. One of the things I was doing when I was looking at that is kind of considering, okay, if we were not to change any of the mechanics, how could we make this easier and a better experience just through a HUD? Because that's one of the things about it. It's not bad gameplay, but the complexity is hard to kind of easily follow without kind of like, oh, I got to jump to the wiki to look up a thing, and oh, I got to travel here to buy 2,300 of this item, and how many of these do I need to craft? How many do I have? It's kind of a lot of like, you gotta almost like write it down somewhere and like go back and go to your crafting bench and like do all that stuff. Whereas a HUD, being able to kind of put it all in one place where you can just manage it all right there, like all the other areas that are doing much more. I think that we wouldn't even need to change any of the gameplay to make it work. Although, that said, I think the gameplay could be improved. So that's kind of like I've done scribbles and sketches for both ideas. But yeah, we're not doing a lot of art, just kind of randomly talking about things like this, though. So I don't want to go too far on just kind of like chatting. I would like to try and figure out, what we're going to draw. Although, yeah, sketching HUDs is actually something I didn't consider, but something we could try. All right, let me see. Yeah, vote would be for the Mopsimus. Okay. Yeah, it is pretty bad art. I would like that to be updated. Also, yeah, okay, dirigible theme that updates the cosmetic that you're using. So like a journal theme kind of thing, right? That is actually something we have discussed as the way to kind of like share your dirigible with your friends. You visit their profile, you get to see their journal. So having the journal theme with the dirigible you are using on there would be so cool. And then it's kind of a case where it's like, I don't want to show that off. Just switch your journal theme. You do want to show it off, you equip your journal theme, and then you don't even need to necessarily be in the floating islands for it to be this thing that you're showing off. So I personally think that's a really cool way to do it. That said, it is entirely upon kind of the coding side to figure out how we could do that, and if that's kind of something that we want to actually do. So I've already made my suggestion for that to the team, so it'll be kind of like on them to kind of be like, all right, we're doing it. Otherwise, I can't kind of make that, because then it would be like, here's a thing that you aren't going to use, so that was a waste. But I don't know. I think we'll do something for it. We've been discussing the possibility of kind of like cool ways to share your dirigible cosmetics. And personally, I think there's a lot that we can and should do with the dirigible cosmetics. I think they're really fun and exciting, and I'm always wanting to draw more and discover and equip them in game. So, is the audio very quiet? I can turn it up. It is turned down, and I might have done that because of. I'm going to turn up just a little bit, ever so slowly. Hopefully, this is not destroying anyone's eardrums. I think I might have turned it down because we had kind of the group call for the last stream that I did. It is a little quiet. Okay, cool. Yeah, I noticed that I had it at like half of volume, whereas normally I'm like, I speak in the it will peak easily. So I turned it up by like not even 10%. And it's like hitting the yellow. I don't want it to go into red, but yeah. All right, sorry. Let's see. Is there a way to change the MouseHunt game website from defaulting to create an account? You mean when you like load your bookmark for it, even though you have an account, it's asking you to create an account? It's possible that your, I guess, cookies might not be saving in terms of kind of like keeping your login information. I'm not a tech guy, so I don't know what's going on. Or maybe the bookmark that you have for that is specifically to, like create account page specifically. Maybe when you're in game, make a new bookmark from that page and see if that helps. If that's even the problem, I'm not sure. All right. Yeah, that's more of a Dave question too. Which will be next week. Probably do birthday questions and stuff like that. Is it still quiet? Okay, a bit better. Still low. Okay, I'll turn it up a bit more. All right. Speaking at Jacob volumes. Okay, this is probably a lot. Sorry if it suddenly is extremely loud because everyone turned up their audio. Rock Muncher getting a redraw. That is already in the works, actually. I believe Lauren's redrawing that one right now, and it's very good. Yeah, the art team is back in full force, and because we don't have kind of like a current, this is what we got to get done. We're actually doing a bunch of redraws to kind of warm up again, and we actually brought on a new team member, Liz, who's kind of done a couple of pieces in the past. The Kite Flyer as one of notoriety, and so basically redraws are a great kind of like way for us all to get back into the swing, and so a few of those are already being taken care of, including the Rock Muncher, which was suggested. There is a current list of ongoing redraws. I don't have it posted anywhere you guys could see it, because it's in our kind of like task management suite, but let's see. I'm going to pull it up for myself, and I can just start naming things on it. Now, one of the ways we've done it is we've kind of like thrown just a whole slew of possibilities, and some are kind of like a little higher priority in terms of like, this one should use a redraw. This one, it's like, maybe. Not huge important, but I guess it could use a redraw. So we have, for the indigenous group, White Mouse, which I kind of tried to do, but there was some not agreement when I was doing that. And I wasn't redesigning it, but I'm sure a few of you were on stream for that. It was a wild time. So I'll leave that be. Dwarf Mouse, the mutated White Mouse, Frosty Snow Mouse, Steel Mouse did get a redraw, so that one should be taken off the list. Granite mouse, bionic mouse, nibbler, zombie, master burglar, monster. I'm not sure if we've actually fully updated this list recently. I should probably check that. Yeah, keep the white mouse original. Never. All right. Well, I hear you all loud and clear. And to be fair, the intention was to basically keep it exactly the same looking, but like just remove artifacts and a touch up rather than a redraw. But yeah, I'll leave it. The one thing about it to me is it's one of the mice that you do encounter relatively early in the experience, and if we end up redrawing all the mice around it, it's going to be this weird sore thumb for people kind of coming into the game being like, why does this mouse look so bad compared to all the others? But it is what it is. It's got a lot of history to it. Maybe they'll see that, learn more, and kind of be like, wow, that's interesting. Who knows? Why are redraws a thing? I miss the nostalgia. Well, I mean, evolving what we have is something that's important to me personally, and I get the nostalgia thing. And the designs should remain. We will still have them. They are part of the wiki. And one of the things that we have discussed and still discuss is having the kind of legacy element of the game, where we don't have the feature, but it is something we've discussed more and more. Having the ability to kind of like almost look at like a historical view of the characters, which personally I think would be the perfect way to handle it, because then you could like look at the costumes we've done for them. You could see the history of the game, which I think is pretty cool for even new people to come in. They could kind of be like, hey, what's this legacy kind of like view or whatever we would do with it, however we would display it. Being able to kind of like go in and be like, oh, the art in this game is so neat and interesting, and like look at different versions of it and see how it's evolved over time is actually kind of cool to be able to see like, whoa, they like update all this. That's actually a really cool thing that they do. And that way people who've been around since the beginning can still enjoy the kind of original versions. And even for me, even though I look at it and I cringe, being able to like see that would be nice too. Mostly to be like, that is now not what is on display, but I can still appreciate where it started and where it got to, because being able to see that drastic a change in your art is pretty exciting. Yeah, new artist equals new areas. Yes, we will of course be working on new areas. We have a lot of interesting discussion and designs that are getting kind of worked up. It's just we haven't kind of like locked in, this is our exact plan, therefore we haven't started on it. But we certainly have some very good ideas that are very exciting. And so you'll have that to look forward to. It won't be an immediate thing, of course. We have many things that we have on our list that we want to do, but we're definitely going to be kind of working on some brand new content, brand new mice, all kinds of fun stuff. And we always will. So that is what we do. The original gray and brown mouse, yeah. Yeah, no, totally. Having so many redraws is all the more reason to have that kind of like ability to look back at the original versions of stuff. And what's kind of funny right now is because we have the costuming of event mice, or not event mice, but regular mice during events. The Great Winter Hunt, for example, the steel mouse, and probably some other mice that have gotten redraws. Because when I did the redraws, or we did the redraws, we didn't do the costume version for all of them, if any. A few of them maybe. When the event enables, it actually pulls in the old version of the art with the costume. So there is an updated steel mouse in the game, but if you look at kind of like it in the the list right now, you'll see it as the old version in, dressed up. So it's kind of an interesting way for the nostalgia to return. Kind of unintentional, but it is what it is. It's kind of neat. Right. So I've been chatting for quite a while. Oh boy, yeah. Have you ever considered animating the traps in action? That was something that I was, considered a long time ago. But the biggest factor in that is it's a lot of work. It would be an impressive amount of work, and the skill set that we currently have does not lean towards animation. Um, we're illustrators, so we like to render and paint, and it can be very taxing to even do a couple of frames because every frame of movement would be having to kind of like repaint those portions. Now there are cool techniques and stuff that we've also been kind of like learning a little bit about, where it's more kind of like if you've seen the puppeting kind of animation where you have an illustration and it kind of morphs and kind of like transforms to animate. But that said, unless we were like as good at animating as we are at illustrating, I feel like it would actually take away from the charm of it. It would bring a little extra life, which is cool. But if we're not as good at animating as we are illustrating, I feel like it could actually kind of like look odd and give that uncanny valley. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of the traps we draw nowadays, kind of like I don't even know how that works. So I wouldn't know how I would animate it. But it would be cool if we had the kind of like. Also, it would take a significantly, you know, larger amount of time to create that too. So, if we had the resources and the skills to do it, that'd be pretty cool. But yeah, at present, I don't see it as a realistic thing. There are other kind of areas that we are putting our kind of energy into, and I think it's gonna, you know, give us more by doing it that way. So like the interfaces, I think are a better kind of area to explore for that kind of liveliness to it. Like having the interactions and stuff give you more feedback and life to it. Um, yeah, I think also like once you've seen the animation, it's kind of like I don't know, it would get old. You do use a trap for a significant amount of time, so again, cool idea, and I personally think it would be a lot of fun, but I don't think it's a realistic thing right now. Maybe if we like make a whole new MouseHunt version, that would be something to consider, because it would be more of a from the ground up approach, where it's like, if we were to do something like that, it would need to be kind of like just how it is. We're not going to go back and animate old traps or anything like that, even if we did start animating them. But yeah, it's not something that we're going to be doing, that I believe. So unfortunately, I think it's a cool thing, but yeah, it's just an extremely large amount of effort. But it'd be cool. I just don't think it's realistic, unfortunately. Batmouse. I think we did do a redraw for the Batmouse. Oh, for the changing costumes. That's right. We'll be getting a Tribal Isles Rift soon. That is one that we've been kind of like looking at. We haven't drafted up anything specific, so it's not kind of like immediate on our list, but it would be kind of one of the next candidates for getting a Rift for sure. Maybe not the next one, but it's certainly getting there. Yeah, I mean, like a cool animated trailer to like advertise the game or like a new area would be super awesome. Actually, when I was in college, I did a little bit of kind of like illustration animating, and it's super fun, and I should do more of it. And like that's kind of a good area to do that, where it's kind of like, just really not incredibly animated, but it catches your eye. It's exciting. It's a cool thing to share with your friends. And then it's not like, hey, you animated this one thing, now animate everything, because it's a special thing. So, maybe the next area we do, I'll try and kind of like figure out how to do one of those again. It's been a long time. They're pretty fun too. Yeah, the Foxy Miss has a winter outfit. That's right. Yeah. All right. Ever seriously entertained the thought of animating a MouseHunt cartoon miniseries? That would be so out of our wheelhouse, but it'd be amazing if there was like people that can do that. Like if that's something people would be interested in, if we could kind of like generate that as a thing, I would love it. I think that'd be incredible. But that said, it's like a whole other, you know, uh, thing. That's not kind of like something that we as a team, I think, have the kind of capability to do. Just maintaining the current game is more than enough work. We always kind of feel that we, have more that we want to do and know how we can improve the game so much, but there's never enough time in the day. So I know from people working in the industry that an animated series is no small order, and you need a lot of different tradespeople to do something like that. So that would require a different studio wanting to do that. I really believe. But hey, if there was a studio that wanted to do that, they would have my blessing. Unless they were like, we want to make it a terrible thing, then I'd probably not be happy about that. But I think it'd be a pretty cool thing if that ever, if some studio ever was like, we want to make this, be like, what? Okay. There's a lot of history in the game. There's a lot of kind of world that has not been fully explored and shared. So it would be pretty cool to see that. Yeah, can finally have the dev art in game with the Gouda string if we do the Tribal Isles Rift. Can't wait to get more dev art in the game. Just Gouda string written across a piece of cheese. All right, what is the next candidate for the Rift? Tribal Isles is one of the candidates. I think. What would be the others? I think honestly, Tribal Isles would be my kind of what I would lean into. But yeah, right now we're looking at kind of a few other areas that aren't Rift yet, but Rift will be coming shortly after, I presume. So I'll be kind of working on some ideas for that. But I don't think that's going to be the next. All right. Animating in a MouseHunt advertisement feels like we are lying to the potential new players. That's a good point, and I don't disagree with that. That's marketing for you. Actually, I've been doing some artwork for some marketing stuff for the Huawei kind of release that we did, and I came up with a slogan for the game because we didn't have one. I was like, why don't we? And one of the comments I received on that was the slogan is too accurate to be from marketing. So I thought that was really funny. But no, I get what you're saying. And if you see this like crazy cool animated stuff and you like load up the game and it's this browser game, it's kind of like, oh, I wouldn't want to disappoint. But at the same time, I don't think I would be a good enough animator to be like, look at this like crazy, wild, awesome time. Like the animation that I am capable of is much more kind of just very slightly moving illustrations, you know. But yeah, it's an interesting point and something to kind of be aware of. It'd probably be more like moving images, like just a cool illustration with maybe like the hair flowing kind of thing, like that style, where it's very much a static image with some transforming going on. There was indeed a fan comic that ran for quite a long time. It's very good. I mean, I love to hear that the IP of MouseHunt is great. The original content is incredible, and it's kept my wife and I playing for 12 years. Thank you, Jay, and your wife. That is warming to know that. I really, you know, anytime I hear that kind of stuff, it's very nice. This is a very important project to everyone that works on it, and to know that it's important to you people as well is just really special. So I appreciate you. Thank you. Should we do art? Yeah. All right. Just absolute art doodling for all the HUDs. I actually, that could be interesting. I don't know. Do we want to see that? Do I even have my my sketches for? Sorry, just looking in Photoshop real quick. Because a lot of the anytime I'm doing HUD illustrations and scribbling, I tend to do it on paper. I can just really kind of get my thoughts out a lot quicker when I'm just scribbling on paper. I don't know why. Okay, I do have. I don't even know what I have for this, so hopefully it's not bad. It's probably bad. All right, let's see. Photoshop. So this was, I guess, something I was working on for the Tribal Isles. The format of it, like the layers are probably all mixed up and stuff, and I was probably doing all kinds of stuff. But why not? Why not just take a gander at what I was thinking? And this was like probably over a year ago that I was scribbling this. Actually, you know what? I think this was probably around Queso Geyser when I was working on this. Shortly after, now that I'm looking at it, because I have kind of this here, so this obviously came out for me to have this exact screenshot. But it would appear that my kind of idea was maybe I was kind of like, okay, so this would be like the travel system here. You would kind of click on what area you want to quickly travel to. So this would probably be a persistent thing where you can jump around. So you don't need to like travel, load that page, drag, click, accept, travel. And then it would be kind of like, here's your cheeses that you're using, the drops, the cheese that you craft to actually hunt in those areas. Inventory system, which this is something I still want to explore. Having a kind of like drawer that kind of opens and closes when you like click on it. You like click and it kind of shelves out, and then you have a whole bunch of items that could be relevant to what you're doing, but aren't always super important to see at all times. So that's one of the sketches. Let's see. What else do I have? So this would be showing off the power types, I guess. Yeah, I honestly like don't know what's in any of this, so I don't know how useful it is to look at. Just kind of scribbling a bunch of stuff. Again, honestly, I think most of the design work is actually on random pages on my desk, so I don't know if we'll get anything out of looking at this, but because I know I had a whole Jungle of Dread design that completely revamped, so probably not gonna get much out of this. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be a whole lot in this file. Alas. All right, well, yeah, the drawer thing I wanted to do for the floating islands because there's actually so many items that you might want to know about, like the treasure troves, the boss loot, the different curds. Although that does work best with the cheese. The jewels, maybe you might want to be able to see that, but like being able to hide it or it starts as hidden is kind of a cool thing. I don't think it's worth doing for a lot of areas, but it's more kind of like for areas where there's just so much stuff like The living gardens, I think, could actually be an area where like that might be better because there's just so much stuff on that HUD and it's actually not necessarily needed most of the time, or it's only seen in certain views, whereas you might actually want to know about it when you're not in that one location specifically. So if I were to update that HUD, that would potentially be one of the ways that I would kind of like try and address things like that. Because like there's so much information that is useful to know, but it's also overwhelming. And a HUD should very much always convey, your where you are in your progress, give you feedback about kind of what's going on and how you can affect things and your interactions with the system. But yeah, it can be easily overwhelming, and when you're overwhelmed, you can't digest things. You can't kind of see what's important and all kinds of stuff. So yeah, so many improvements that should be made eventually. But one step at a time. I do think that the town of Nanya is kind of my next kind of personal thing I want to tackle. But that said, the Whisker Woods is pretty up there too because it doesn't have a HUD period. At least the town of Nanya does, right? So I'm glad you're enjoying this because it's really not doing a lot. Like we're not actually drawing anything yet. But I do enjoy just chatting with you guys and giving you a glimpse of what I do. uh, it is, yeah. It's been 40 minutes now. This is crazy. What is that base? That's the depth charge base one, I think. All right. Well, sorry for anyone who's been staying up super late to witness me create art. I apologize that you are losing sleep for this. But so I think that we probably should do a redraw. That is a good thing to do. So the what is the name of the Mobster Mouse? There we go. Mobster Mouse. The Mobster Mouse was one that was kind of thrown up. I'm sure there were a few others, but I got distracted. But yeah, so what should we redraw? Or should we honestly just do HUD design? What am I doing? Sorry, I'm like returning to functional after 2 weeks of completely shutting my brain off. Redraw the Granite. That's definitely an option. Did we? Is that one that we've done? Why do I feel like we might have done that? I really need to update the backlog of redraws because I should be able to just look at this and know. Okay, so it is listed, not assigned to anyone. Let me pull it up. Nice. Because the Granite could be a fun one to render. I have enjoyed illustrating texture and let's see. Granite, where are you? Oh, it must have been moved to the mountain mice. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's an old... Ooh, yeah. It still has the outlines, huh? So I like the vote for the tiger mouse. I completely agree with you, but we actually have a piece of artwork that would work for it. One that I was wondering is, what if we did the dwarf mouse? Now, what's interesting about it is we do, again, have a piece of artwork that was a design for the MouseHunt world. However, that one was drawn landscape, and it doesn't quite fit the rest of the kind of game, in my opinion. It's a very good piece, but I feel like I would almost want to redraw my own version anyways of the dwarf mouse. So that's one that we could kind of consider. Again, like, if we're going to do an update to the town of Nanya, redrawing mice that exist there is maybe kind of the way to lean. Did we? The master burglar is like real weird. I was like, didn't we redraw that? But I think it was just the burglar mouse. Yeah. Okay, yeah, there she is. All right. Show the new tiger mouse. I don't have it, is the problem. I got to talk to the other team and get that. And then, you know, figure out if it's going to work. Yeah, so the HUD that I have up right now is just really random sketches of the Tribal Isles HUD. This isn't where I would take it right now anyways. Unfortunately, I'd have to dig around to find the better designs that I've done because it's on paper. It's just how it goes with me. My desk is always just, there's a paper monster that exists. Just kind of random ideas that I scribble. All right. Elven Princess, I believe, does have a redraw. I think there is actually a situation where we just haven't uploaded a number of our redraws. So the Treant is getting a redraw right now. The Cherry Mouse is actually as well. The Centaur is. The Tiger already has an image that I'll have to look into. And the Wicked Witch of the Whisker Woods already has a redraw that needs to be uploaded. So that's what we got for the Forest Guild, which is what we would kind of also want to be touching up because that's one of the areas that needs a HUD just in general. Doesn't have one. Yeah, Granite Mouse could be a good option. I like it. I'm definitely down with redrawing the Granite or the Mobster Mouse. I think the Granite is probably a little more valuable currently because that is something that the players see a little easier than the Mobster Mouse. And technically the Mobster Mouse is a little more in the current style, but it's just bad. The like values and colors, it's like really muddy and it's better than the Granite though. So I'm gonna redraw the Granite. But first, I'm gonna make sure we haven't already done it and just forgot to list it. All right. Mutated white mouse, yep. Yeah, no, I totally agree. If we don't already have the Granite redrawn, which I don't think we do. I'm just making sure, though. I don't want to invalidate someone else's work. That would definitely be... I think that's what I'll do today. Sorry, I'm just catching up on the art chat. All right, that's it. We're doing the Granite mouse. I know I mentioned in the description of the video we'd throw up a poll, but I think that based off of the mice that have been suggested, a number of those already have a redraw coming through, which is fantastic. And out of the two that I think are kind of outstanding as good candidates right now, I think the Granite is just the stronger one to do. So, don't need to save that. Then, MouseHunt art. Old mice. See if I can figure out where it is. So, do I have anything? Let's see. It's like one of the oldest mice that I've created, so I'm like wondering, am I going to be able to find the file for it? That said, I probably shouldn't even use that file at all. Because it's probably got weird color profile, the dimensions are probably bad, so I should just use my regular template. And why is that not showing up for me? What happened to my template file? What's going on? There it is. Okay. Huzzah. All right. I can just pull in a grainy picture of the Granite. It does not matter. I'm not going to draw off of it too heavily. Let's see if I can just find it through a search. Granite. There you are. Oof. So look at the outlines. See how that's like transparent? It works when it's on white. Here's another interesting thing. This file is like literally before MouseHunt was ever released. That's how old this file is. This backdrop here was one of the things I was considering as a backdrop for all of the mice, having a gradient. So that's interesting to see. But yeah, see how the like transparency fills in when there's something behind it? That's just weird. Okay, well, wow. That's old and bad. And the shadow itself is opaque. Another thing that I changed. Cool. Okay. Well, I'll leave this up so that I have it as a reference. So, we're redoing this character. I'm just going to that, copy and paste. Oh, right. Photoshop now has the scaling thing work differently. Goody. All right. Cool. So, we're going to do art. It only took an hour to get here. Sorry about that. Just got to pull up some windows over here so I can check my colors. Close that. And close that. Nope. And pull up my chat. All right. Yeah, the dwarf mouse I would like to redraw too, for sure. That could be, if we end up having another redraw day, that'd be a nice one to do. Zombie was redrawn already, but the Great Winter Hunt costume wasn't. Yeah, a lot of the Great Winter Hunt costumes are on the old versions of the mice. So it's kind of a bad time to look at the mouse list for redraws. Granite. All right, so let's see. I'm gonna pull up the mountain mice real quick just to get a feel of kind of the other mice that it belongs with now. Oh yeah, the diamond has a different version. Or slope swimmer. Some good new mice in there. Oh wow, the granite just sore thumb. Frosty Snow is looking. Alright. Well, okay, the puddle's not bad. Frozen I don't like. Alright. Okay, so I was gonna ask, should we keep the random corkscrew and broken axe in the character somehow? Because they're kind of interesting, but like I almost wondered about them. When you drew the Granite mouse, Photoshop was still being sold on floppy disks. Actually, I think it might have been. You could probably still find it. It probably wasn't like being actively sold that way, but you could have probably found it. Yeah, it was definitely CDs. That's true. Having anything cut in like an axe wouldn't make sense. Yeah, I mean, Granite is incredibly hard. If anything, the axe would be, you know, getting dented and chipped. It's MouseHunt. Nothing makes sense. Does walking mice make sense? Does a mouse made out of granite make sense? That's a good point. A wizard did it. The dwarf mouse was fighting the granite mouse? Oh, I didn't even think of it like that. I like it. Okay, so I think we can probably try to keep it. We'll see. If anything, maybe the axe is wedged into like a crack that already existed, or like between a joint or something. The axe would be tiny. Yeah, that's true. Often pinkish. That is true. We could definitely make it a much more interesting texture than this. There are parts that I think are kind of like interesting. Okay, so first of all, let's just try and kind of scribble it out a bit. Oh wow. So I ended up like changing computers because my previous one was having a lot of issues with Photoshop. And I was using the original Wacom that I was using for that computer that was in the office. And more recently, I switched to the Huon that I have that I work from at home because it has a lot less issues with the drivers. But I've been having weird color profile issues with it now. And you guys can't see this because it's just my monitor doing it. But at certain gradients, like at certain kind of values, it kind of goes purple. So on my properly calibrated monitor, this is just gray. Just regular, you know, black on white at different kind of values. Over here, it's like black, gray, gray, pink, purple. So that's bad. Actually, I might have turned calibration off. Because I have a special tool that's supposed to calibrate it, but it kind of messed up. Calibration on. Do I have to reload it maybe? I think because it had like other calibration stuff from when I was in the office, and I might not have kind of like done things correctly with it. So it's bad. So it might be a day where I need to just verify my colors here and then try and fix this. So I didn't know it was this bad. I had checked it like last week and it was fine. So something changed. But I can't say I'm surprised. That's just how technology is with me these days. Load calibration. Why isn't it doing anything? Oh well. I've been an entire hour before really doing anything art-wise, so I'm just gonna use what I got. Maybe I'll mess with it over lunch, see if I can fix the calibration, but I doubt it. Okay, so one of the things we'll start with is the actual pose and shape dynamics, the language of kind of like how this character is conveyed. So one of the things about it is, you know, it's Granite, it's big and bulky and jagged potentially. Depends on the character we want to convey, of course. But I think that for the original design, it's a lot of just kind of, you know, the exact same kind of everything's the same dimensions and same shapes, and it's just not interesting. There's not a lot of kind of like good variety in the actual kind of like design, right? So I want to change that up, have kind of like bigger and smaller elements to it. So, and he's also like really boring in a pose. He's just kind of like, I am standing here, you know, like I want to tell a little bit more of a story with the redraw. So that said, it's in the mountain. You're kind of mining through, digging around. It's going to be inside the mountain pass, I guess. Just trying to think of like, what might it be doing in there? Kind of at least kind of give it some kind of activity, perhaps. Like maybe it is just kind of striking a cooler pose, but I think, you know, like maybe we have kind of like other materials on it. Like it's kind of maybe got little quartz kind of crystals or something like that might be neat. It's going to be more textured and kind of like more rough, kind of natural granite. So it won't be like polished and kind of like sanded down and you know surfaced or anything like that. I think it'll be kind of like maybe we'll have some surfaces that are kind of like flat, but I think it'll be pretty rough granite otherwise. And maybe it has like plates of granite or something like that. I have a 6-pack, okay. Yeah. Could be looming ominously, I like that. So kind of, you know, like really big and just kind of towering. Let's try some different sketches. The cool thing about granite is you can get some pretty impressive slabs of it, right? It's also extremely stable. And incredibly responsible for our modern age. A lot of machines and tools thanks to granite and making granite incredibly flat and measuring things off of that. Gotta have surface plates. All right, well, could be maybe more looming. Leaning forward more, perhaps. Keep the red eyes. Okay. I'll probably do that. So I do want to make sure it feels grounded and stable. So being this top heavy is maybe a challenge for that, right? Also the calibration on this feels off. What happened? It's like very sensitive, but only at certain points. For the most part, it's kind of like very gentle, but then when I like get past a certain pressure, it just suddenly is like very heavy-handed. So that's weird. That's so weird when like the gray turns into pink suddenly. This is weird. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Needs to be a little bolder. I like it. All right. Yeah, you're right. It shouldn't be too big. It's supposed to be common. The other kind of like more impressive characters in there are also like not necessarily these mammoth characters, so we don't need to make it that kind of like absolute just brute beast that just is like, oh, this is the boss, right? So maybe we kind of go a different route. I kind of like the like potential of it being very heavy and stout and kind of like, you know, just sturdy. Kneecaps. It might be a fair amount of sketching today, to be honest. It's a teddy bear made of rock. I kind of like the potential that maybe it's actually, in some parts, kind of like several pebbles kind of cobbled together. You know, like the forearm or the feet or whatever could be like bigger slabs, but then kind of, you know, like maybe the shoulder and the upper arm is kind of like just sheets of it kind of layered or something like that. It could be interesting if it's more kind of a collection of pieces of granite. Yeah. The original idea of this mouse was that you were expecting normal mice, then you get this chunk of granite stealing your cheese. Yeah. Its gaze still needs to strike fear into the most cunning of mouse hunters. You're right. It could be fun to do a little bit of like carving in it too, though. Like if it had kind of like an interesting kind of pattern, perhaps just sure, why not? Or it's got a belt, I guess. I don't know. Or it's kind of patterned out of kind of like pieces of rocks layered or something like that. It's not too imposing, but a little more interesting. Because as you stated, you're right, it shouldn't be like and kind of like overpowering looking. I gotta change the calibration on this. It's really messing up a lot. Part of me is wondering if I was testing out a tablet for my sister, so I was sending her an old kind of like just quick plug-in tablet without the monitor, an old one that I had, and I had plugged that in, and I'm wondering if that messed up some stuff for me on here. All right. Pressure test. Yeah, it just jumps. I do want to smooth that out a bit more. That might be a little better. I still like it kind of like less over here because it can be a little hard to have that light kind of touch. That's a little better maybe. Okay, I'll try that. Yeah, I can't kind of have as light a touch as I did before, but I'm sure that that's easy to adapt to. That's the thing is, you can kind of like get used to a calibration on one system. It's so hard to like get the exact same feeling calibration on another. Right. I'm going to leave this open so I can tweak it as I experiment. Apply that. It's kind of got a Santa belly right now. With the glowing eyes and the hands like this, he's looking extra creepy. I don't know if I want that. Granite Mist inspired the Shard Centurion, which inspired the Granite redraw, an echo of an echo of an echo. That's a good point. I should actually pull up the Rift version of it, because that's actually how we've handled some of the other redraws. We've looked at what we've done with the Rift and kind of like found the in-between. So what was that called? Just read it out. Shard Centurion. Okay, here we go. Copy image. Oop, that's not paste. Here we go. Shard Centurion. Perfect. Yeah, so we have a lot more kind of like little bits cobbled, which I like. With these proportions, it does feel a little more kind of like common mouse. I think we could kind of maybe bring in the legs a little bit. I like them being very kind of planting the character, but maybe I want to try and maybe push the squash and stretch a little bit more too. So yeah, the calibration is super weird right now. Don't know what's up. It's like really, really sensitive suddenly. So weird. Let's go back to what we had. Apply, see if that somehow reset it. No, I don't know what's going on. Really weird. Ooh, that's slow. Maybe my curse has followed me to this computer. Or maybe I just need to give up on Photoshop once and for all. I've been experimenting with Clip Studio and having some alright results. I still haven't gotten the painting quite right, but everything else I've been doing in it has been going great, so I might end up kind of figuring out how to get painting in that properly and transition over, because it's been so much more reasonable to work with. I don't know why, but Adobe makes a lot of bad decisions with Photoshop. And it's just been getting more difficult to work with. So, unfortunate. But yeah, I can't just immediately swap over. There's still some things I need to figure out with it. But it's been fun to practice animation in. Okay, so don't know if I like the legs. Maybe I did like it being kind of the stumpy. And also the kind of pose is not all that interesting anyways. But I have kind of created a little bit more of a guardian character. It's feeling a little more kind of like it's, maybe dressed up to be protecting this region, which I don't know if I want that to be the feeling of it. Just kind of turning it that way, I guess. But let's see. I think I liked the kind of softer, rounder, stumpier version, so I might go back towards that. Yeah, the calibration is super weird. That's annoying. It's just the lightest touch will suddenly like make it extremely heavy-handed. All right, let's just try that. See if that. Maybe I just need to be like really, really feather light with my drawing. Maybe I did do that before and I just didn't realize. definitely wasn't. I'm going to move this arm to be kind of more tucked behind the torso, but still maybe coming forward similarly. A little less at the ready. A little bit more of its guard being down, perhaps. Again, this is going to be a fairly common mouse. It's not an incredibly, impressive catch. So I don't want it to kind of be like, whoa, I finally got this super amazing character. But I also don't want it to be just super lackluster or anything. Maybe have some quartz kind of in some parts. I think I'll definitely play up the whole kind of quartz element of the granite. I think that'd be pretty neat. Get some like pink and other like streaks of color going through it. It'd be nice. I'm definitely going to make these feet more stumpy. I think that was a better direction for it. This calibration. Why are you being so difficult? Why? Yeah, it does remind me of Big Hero 6, it's true. This hand. Kind of want it to be like holding something. Maybe it actually has like a lantern or torch or something like that in the pass. Might be kind of interesting actually. Although it has glowing eyes, so maybe that would be weird. It's like it has its own special form of vision. It doesn't need a torch. So it could be like just kind of wielding a branch, a piece of root that it pulled out of the wall. Not sure yet. When in doubt, make it holding a staff. We also haven't kind of like explored the idea of it having kind of like the corkscrew and the axe sticking out of it. So maybe that's something to look at as well. Let me just smush this down. That looks super weird. That's okay. We're just sketching, so we don't need to be too precious with everything. Let's return to the stumpy. Proportions feel very odd and bad, I don't think. Somewhere between that, maybe. Maybe more like that. All right, I'm gonna move this leg forward completely now. So it's like twisted its body towards us. So like this hip is coming towards us a little more instead of being head on. Right? Oh man, the brush just feels super bad. Don't like that. I have to play around with the calibration over lunch, I think. It's weird because I had it pretty good before. Yeah, it must have been when I plugged in the Wacom tablet, because its drivers are like just a nightmare. And they're probably all very confused at this point. So that would make a lot of sense actually, because I like had to try and kind of like override the drivers with the Huon stuff when I got that set up, and then more recently I plugged in the Wacom tablet, which probably got it all confused again. So I'll bet that's exactly what's causing all this weirdness. There's a situation where when I had the Cintiq plugged in before and I was using that, it's a weird one. It has like touch capabilities and its drivers constantly like do weird things and reset themselves and stuff, and so it would make sense if those are still haunting me today. Alright. Not totally sure what I'm doing with all of this, but it's a little more interesting. I don't think it's there yet, but it's a little more interesting. I'm actually going to move this foot even more in front, just to really kind of twist the torso. I'm like super not liking it, but I feel like if I keep chipping at it, I'm going to find what I do like about it. It's got like Mega Man boots now. So these arms are absolutely gigantic, which I suppose why not. This one can scale down and maybe rotate a bit. Well, probably have a stumpier tail too. At least for this, I have a good feeling that like once I'm happy with the pose and the gesture, like just the character's kind of shape and stuff, like I feel like rendering it is going to be really fun and smooth and interesting to do. It's just going to be a lot of interesting texture, I think. And I quite enjoy rendering texture. So that should be cool once I get there. What should this arm do? I have half an hour to do the pose. I think I'll try and get the sketch resolved in the next half hour. And then I'll take lunch for an hour, and we'll come back and we'll render it. So we should be able to wrap this all up today. Actually, you know what? I'm going to give it a good kind of thick jaw. I'm not going to lie, part of what is a bit challenging today is just the brushes just are so weirdly off. And I hope my color profile isn't going to mess too much with my rendering. It shouldn't, because I will be able to verify my colors on the main monitor, which is just good practice anyway, but it's big, blocky everything. Yeah, I'm going to make the jaw bigger than the rest of the face. And like smushed flat, right? Make it very heavy, very sturdy. And we can do some kind of like nice, like we can make the jaw relatively smooth, and then we can kind of like do that really nice kind of like granite kind of texture where the quartz and other minerals are kind of like creating these beautiful, you know, just patterns in it. The marbling kind of look to it, I guess. I don't know what you'd call that. Not sure if this is coming across as a jaw just now, but heck, even if it just looks like a cool stone collar, that works for me. I suppose I could give it teeth, but we want like the mouse teeth in front, just like other random teeth on it. Might be a bit much, but at the same time, who knows, it could be fun. It's a little more of a jaw now, but make the ears not very big, fairly heavy feeling too. So they're kind of pulled down a little bit. They're extending the width of the face, making it even more broad feeling. Them being this small, maybe it's a little too small though. Kind of feel like little tiny bear ears or something like that. And then also them being super rounded might be bad. Maybe we would kind of like make them a little more craggly and kind of jagged. Maybe we don't need to go too far with that though. I don't know. I'm not sure if this is quite the direction I need to go with it, but it does have some interesting features that I am not hating. See if it holds up. Stumpy toes. Sorry, I haven't been looking at the chat all that much. The Bionic I could do a redraw of as well. It's not as bad as the Granite, though. Will he have a pebble for a nose? Totally. Yeah, making the arm reaching out could be interesting. Yeah, it does feel a little too armored up with the way that I'm kind of like rendering the plates. They're like, you know, big kind of like shoulder pads and straps and stuff like that. It's neat, but it's almost too cool or too like warrior-esque. So yeah, I think I can adjust that, to be honest. All right, so I also think I want to move it so the center of the face is kind of like positioned around the middle of kind of the center of balance where the legs are. Da, da, da. So yeah, I think I'll pull back on kind of like the like armored feeling that it has currently. I do like it being kind of bulky and heavy and just kind of made out of larger slabs. But I think perhaps kind of like making the slabs themselves feel a little less kind of organized and you know, armored might be a good way to handle that. So it's like maybe a little more cobbled together. So weird how the calibration is working. Maybe it's actually I kind of liked it with a bigger, kind of softer belly. Like maybe if it's made out of kind of plates, but like less kind of armored feeling, more just kind of, you know, overlapping and just sliding around to create joints and movement and stuff like that. So this should be the hips rotated towards us, though. kind of feel like it's one of those situations where I might need to like delete drivers and restart things, the computer, and do all that to properly fix this. I wonder. It'd be bad for the stream though. I can hold out. I will manage with it like it is, but definitely gonna have to fix this. Now it's just got a granite cloak. Why not? Granite cloak. I don't think that'll read right now, but yeah, I agree. It's too menacing. Should be more goofy. Not natural enough. I agree. It should be much cuter. I agree. I'm gonna duplicate this and let's just see what we can do to kind of soften it up a bit more. Because I'm not feeling it yet. I think I want to try and make some elements work. Like, I do kind of think that the big jaw is kind of neat. It's a challenge, though, because it can kind of make them feel more kind of like imposing or menacing. So we'll see if we can get that to work. Maybe if the mouth does come out in front of it, and then it's just got like a cute cheeks. Like so. Like even bigger. Just kind of creates a little more of a smile on it almost. It's still got like a huge, massive face made of stone. Thanos with a big underjaw. Yeah. I'm okay with that. Okay, and then instead of like broad shoulders, let's give it like just a big belly. Yeah, it's just too I don't know, it just felt like let's fight, right? I think I'll try and make this pose work perhaps. But let's see. This sketch might take longer than I expected. I'll still have kind of like the shoulders, but they don't need to be very big. Just kind of like almost pebbles. I don't know. It's like looking like a weird Care Bear now. I'm having a time. I wish I could blame it all on just kind of like technology being weird. I mean, it is making sketching a little odd, but that doesn't account for just not good design, which is what I am feeling right now. He's got weird kind of bear kung fu. It does, kind of, yeah. All right, well, let's make the ears bigger. Oh god, it's like a gremlin now. Creepy gremlin. Is this just going to be a bad art day? It might be a bad art day. It's so evil. I hate it. The other ones were like, no, this isn't helping. Oh god. It's so evil. It is a monster. I don't know what's happening. I mean, just gonna hide that. Let's just, it was like taking control. All right, let's start fresh. Let's try something new. I don't know what was happening, but it was taking over and I couldn't let it take control. It's trying to break into the game. I had to stop it. Whoop. It's a chubby chipmunk now. Proportions of the old one, perhaps, yeah. Old one being the original, I assume. some construction noises. Not sure if you can hear that, but I apparently just had to try and run away from that other sketch as fast as possible. There's some things that I think could work for this one. I kind of like the way that they're segmenting, kind of layering slats that I'm trying out here. So that is something to push, I think. Yeah, I'm thinking I might go that route a little more, where it's kind of like a lot of kind of smaller stones building up the mouse. I think that's kind of what I'm trying to achieve in this one. But instead of just kind of randomly cobbled, I'm kind of trying to make them flattened out in a certain orientation, which I think will help kind of create the kind of heavy, grounded, more kind of less imposing, I guess, character. I don't want to go overboard on it being like a million little pebbles. I want there to be big ones and small ones mixed together, right? But right now, this is feeling a little more comfortable for me. It's a little bit more of just kind of a casual character walking, I think. I'm going to make this arm go behind the torso, actually. Now, question is this going to be so different from the original that it is kind of like an issue with people? I'm not sure if that's like a thing, but I worry if maybe it kind of feels like so much of a departure. It's kind of like, oh, why would they take away that character? You know, not sure if we feel that way about it, but I wouldn't want to kind of spoil that, I guess. At least the pose is much more interesting now. A lot more dynamic. Now it's just kind of having a casual stroll down the tunnels. I'm feeling a lot better about that. Could maybe make its ears small again. Just a little more mousy. And like having big slabs of stone with like cracks and stuff would be kind of neat to do. Okay, I'm feeling better about this now. Yeah, it totally is wearing like a spacesuit. I like it. Yeah, these legs, I also am feeling like they're working now. Feeling better about it all. It's looking good. All right. This is starting to work for me. I like them. They just feel a lot more kind of like an interesting character. And they're kind of like not as kind of like on guard duty with their, you know, weapon ready kind of armor, let's do battle feeling, but like they would still, you know, steal your cheese for sure. They also have a little more to them. They have a lot more kind of personality. Cool. All right, I like that. I like it. See, I wanna like get that twist right, kind of show that kind of contrapposto pose, if you will. Not sure how I want to capture that. I kind of liked the hip plate. Don't know if that brings it back into the armored up feeling. We are at 1 o'clock, so I should wrap this sketch up. Where we are to move forward once I return from lunch. Okay, so by having the hip plates, at least I can kind of show the orientation of the hips a little easier. And I'm sure we'll be able to kind of figure out how to do that even better when we do more rendering on it. Maybe it does have kind of like a belt type thing, but again, if we get too kind of like armored up feeling, that again is going back into the less of a kind of interesting casual character, more of a kind of, you know, powerful guardian kind of thing. I think we can keep it pretty chill. All right, make it cute. I think just the hips is okay. Just those kind of hip plates will be fine. we'll get there. Probably wouldn't hurt to kind of step away from it for a few minutes. Yeah. Get the nose right up there. We should probably flip it just to see what it looks like with fresh eyes. Because that's always useful. And flip horizontal. Okay, yeah, so there's things that are unbalanced with it for sure. I need to kind of bring more grounding on this side and kind of figure out the dimension of this side of the face better, stuff like that. But we'll do that when I return from break. Maybe we can kind of capture that big jaw in a cute way, actually. So we'll see. Make it more of a smiling thing. All right, well, let's leave it at this for now, he says, as he keeps working at it. We're going to go on lunch, and I'll put up a timer so you know when I'm going to return. And we will continue then. Yep. All right, well, I should save this as well. Okay. And I'll see you guys in an hour. Yeah, so far not convinced with it, but we'll figure it out. All right, welcome back. Lunch is done, and it is art time. So I was looking through the chat and saw some pretty good recommendations on tweaks, so I'm going to definitely try those out real quick. It was delish, thank you. I definitely really like the idea of the character coming out of Granite itself, like a boulder or just outcropping of rock. I also tried tweaking the calibration just a little bit, but I wasn't able to test it out. But I don't know, it's slightly better. Hang on, let me push that just a little further. Too far. Apply. Oh, I'll just have to make do with this. And also, like, chipping an ear, I think is a good idea. So we'll have that as well. Okay, so I think this arm could be kind of pushing out from the rock. And I'm going to rotate the torso a little bit. Also, making it so like the whole torso is a boulder, I think, is a good idea. I like that. And I think I kind of wanted to do that, but I was breaking it up in the sketch. But I feel like I would end up kind of doing that in the end, so let's just go for that now. I like what that could do. It'll still have like interesting kind of dimension, and you know it'll have kind of cracks and texture to kind of break it up anyways. Oof. Yeah, I was hoping the calibration would be better, but it's still really weird. Yeah, I think it's definitely a case where the drivers are getting mixed up, so I'm gonna have to probably wipe those from the computer and restart a bunch of stuff. But I will not do that for the stream. All right. So I'm thinking if it's pushing off of a boulder here, it's kind of like pulling itself out of in a way, or pushing itself away from. It might actually have its head turned to look at it, maybe. So let's try flipping that horizontally. And then this leg, I think, will actually be kind of merging with it. Also, I saw a suggestion for kind of the ears and teeth to be more pronounced, to kind of replicate the original a little better, and I think that's a good idea. So I'm wondering, it should be kind of, maybe I should have duplicated this sketch before I did such extreme changes. Maybe I'll undo and duplicate. Here is okay. The arm I didn't lose much, and the head I can just rotate it back. The leg I think has some interest to it. So maybe I don't want to like take out the whole leg, and maybe just kind of like part of it is still kind of, you know, merged with rock. Actually, Actually, more like that. And you know, it could be kind of more in the background. If we move the whole thing, I think one of the ways it was described is kind of like stepping out of it in a way. Yeah, I agree. I like the kind of big belly being one boulder, and I can, you know, still have like interesting kind of detail on top and kind of the plates sliding over it. But I think it being kind of one shape is going to be nice. Not sure how I want to handle all of the details, but we'll figure it out. All right, so this boulder, let's just try and create this first before I figure out all the other details. So maybe it'd be more kind of like slanted like this, right? And a clear surface to it. So it's a little more obvious that it's a surface it's kind of pulling away from. Something like that maybe. And then maybe I'll take the whole character and kind of lean them away from it so they're like trying to pull themselves away from it, and so like their weight is now going to kind of, you know, help kind of pull them out, since they're like center of balance is more like here and they're kind of leaning over that to kind of fall. So now it looks more like they're actually trying to dislodge from this kind of outcropping. And then so this leg could just be like totally sunken into it still. It's trying to pull this leg free now. Maybe. Maybe. Ah, it's like, what's happening? Clearly I'm working on the wrong layer. There we go. So one of the things about this current layout is it's kind of very boxed in. You know, I want to try and fill the space a little bit more vertically. So I might move the rock to the right behind it somehow. Definitely both. Okay, so like it could even be tilted even more. Why not? Why not? Tilt the head a little bit. think I might end up changing the head shape a little bit anyways. It's kind of got a weird koala thing going on. Again, the ears. Okay. We'll figure out the teeth. Okay, so I'll kind of have it like pressing off against this. Really want to kind of like show that kind of stretch and kind of pressing action through the gesture. Let's see how to do that. This is a tougher task than I expected. I was like, this is going to be an easy one. Easy. How wrong I was. Not liking the arm. So I think it would be kind of, the body would be kind of pushing itself like this and like out, trying to kind of pull this leg out, right? So maybe this arm would be kind of pulling up. And then pushing out here. I'm not a fan of the face. I think I'm going to redraw that. Hard to make it interesting and common. Yeah. It's curious. But I think kind of like going a bit cute is a good way to kind of handle that. They're less threatening, but can still be pretty fun. But I'm not feeling like it's accomplishing anything right now. I felt stronger earlier in the drawing. There's a certain cuteness to that. Kind of lost it somehow here. Even though I like this concept, I might end up going back to the previous drawing. Because it, I don't know, just reading more how I want it to. can't grind his teeth down because they're stone. Should have copied the sketch before I did all the tweaks. That other hand was doing good stuff. Ah well, that's just how it goes. Let's see. There we go. The arm was down before. Although actually, maybe I do want to keep this gesture. Yeah, I think I do. It's kind of got a little more of a swagger. If it's kind of lifting this arm up with this arm, or this leg forward, and then this arm is kind of more in a casual stroll. Right? I like that. Does look a bit robotish. It's true. This is tough. I don't know why this is so tough. Don't like the face, so maybe I'll tweak that. No, definitely not. Let's bring these back. Alright, so original one has a big nose, that's small. Not a lot mirrored between them. The chipped ear is good. Glowing eyes. I like the potential stumpiness of having kind of like the face squished into a tiny area on a bigger kind of head. So I'm going to try that first. Bigger eyes is cuter too. Maybe he's kind of got like a, oh, I'm stuck expression, making him even more harmless. Kind of still want to do the really big jaw. That kind of works. Just make the ears even bigger though. Stylus is going crazy. Alright. Squish the head too much, it ends up in the meteorite golem territory. Yeah, I think you're right. It's probably a good kind of in between. Okay, so it's got a much cuter face now. That's good. Kind of like the, oh, I'm stuck kind of look at that it has now. A little bit surprised. Make that a more kind of aggressive chip, just slightly. I think I can make this feel a little bit more bolder real quick. Doesn't need to be a, perfectly round, polished sphere. Now, should the head be tilting towards or away from what it's pulling from? So it's like tilting forward. Or it's like trying to pull away even more if it does this. Actually, that does feel a little more like that. Kind of trying to yank its... But this feels more like it's trying to yank its arm out, as opposed to its foot. What if the hands were just oversized rather than the tubular wrist things? Yeah, could be. Kind of like how the original had hands that were too large for its frame. Sure. Always worth experimenting that kind of stuff at this point. Alright. So then we would probably have like kind of the arms built out of rocks. Now, big hands can not end up looking the most kind of adorable, so we'll see how this goes. Thinking we could probably make arms out of kind of 2 rocks to represent kind of like the different almost bones in your arm, how they can kind of rotate around each other. Honestly, the extra large hands on the character are one of the things I dislike about the original, but I don't know, maybe it is a good thing. It just kind of doesn't sit very well is the problem. Feels like an accident as opposed to intended. Yeah, it's a weird hand. Yeah, the like torso boulder, making it look more like a spud mouse. That'll change with rendering too. You know, I'll be able to actually make it look like rock, which will help things. But we're not there yet, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Oh, now I'm kind of wanting it to be the hand that's trapped in the boulder. So it's like this leg can be pushing off of it. I want to bring those hip plates back again, yet again. Just kind of help create. It's hard to tell what they're. Wondering if they help create kind of like the help describe the gesture a bit. I might go back to the tube arms. I think they just work for this character. Maybe if the rock is kind of like growing around the arm, it'll kind of be like, oh, it's trapped in there. I guess. Or it's just punching it, who knows? It's kind of hard to see what I'm doing. Not sure how well this is reading. It's like doing a sick skateboard trick I don't know. I'm honestly thinking I might just go into this, go back to this one and just kind of make this work. Like, it's a cool concept of it kind of coming out of the stone, but maybe I just don't have that in me today. I'm sorry. I have failed you. This one just reads better to me. And he's just patrolling, kind of just strolling casually, but like keeping his eye out. He's got a little more charm to it right now. I feel like if we kept at the other one, we would have been able to figure it out. It would have taken probably quite a lot of re-sketching, but like it wouldn't have the kind of casual energy that this one does, not easily anyways, so kind of liking that this one has just a nice kind of casual air to it. Kind of thinking, let me just duplicate this before I need to kind of like redraw it again. If I put this foot I think I like the previous foot. I like the kind of coming forward like that. I think I'll go with this. Feeling like there's a certain confidence in this character, both on their part and mine. Okay, let's give this a flip, and we'll see what stands out. Yeah, it's pretty kind of weirdly balanced now that I flipped it. I'm like, whoa, things are off. So wild how sometimes when you flip it, you're like, oh my gosh. It's been a while since I've felt this kind of like, yikes, this is way off balance when flipped. Alright, well, there's certainly kind of a curving energy, which is fine. I want that a bit. But like when I flipped it, I felt like I was one of those drawings I did where I had the kind of like sketchbook at a crazy angle, and then when I like stood it up straight, I was like, oh no, the whole thing's distorted. So that's bad. Kind of a bad drawing day, but you have those. Just trying to figure out kind of what my shapes are going to be. Is that zooming in? Okay, I think with the head pushed over just a little bit, it might not be quite as intense feeling. I think because it was like off center from the center of balance, that is. It was kind of feeling a bit lopsided, especially for a casual stroll. Maybe the hip thing needs to be pushed to the side a little bit more. All right, I'll actually lower this. Feels like there needs to be more going on around the torso. Yeah, you might be right. I do wonder if the texture, like the rendering, is going to change that though, because like I feel like I'm gonna have a lot more going on when I kind of render it, you know? Like the whole kind of quartz detailing and little specks of kind of minerals and maybe little bits kind of growing, not right there, but just making it a lot more kind of rough stone, granite, tough and rough granite. So I think that'll change a bit when I actually start to do some rendering. In which case, I think that we're probably close enough to what we need it to be to get that going. Maybe we would do like one detail thing here, like let's see, like it could have something. Now let's see if we need it at the end actually. Okay, let's flip it again. Right. Something weird still. It here needs to be pulled in a bit too. Okay. Well, I can keep fiddling with this, but let's just move on. Okay, so I'm gonna turn this sketch down and block in the silhouette. Use just kind of something a little warm, I guess. Probably want to go cool with it, to be honest. Yeah, let's go cool first, and then we'll add in kind of the like pink and various kind of colors of quartz. Toes being more irregular. Okay, yeah, let's try that too. We'll see how the silhouette reads as well, which is incredibly important. So I think due to this kind of pose, I think I want a little bit of a gap for the arm and this leg, right? Just so that the silhouette will read a little bit stronger. Okay. It's a nice simple silhouette. I think another thing is the previous drawing where it's trying to pull itself out of the rock. I think the silhouette would have been a bit harder to read as well. All right. So you can kind of get it, but it's not too strong. So can we clean that up even more? It is maybe a little weird with the leg kind of standing to the side, or like pointing to the side, flat-footed, and then this one casually walking. Maybe it would actually be better if it had kind of the original kind of foot down look to it. Maybe. Then it's just kind of like they're swiveling because they noticed something. But yeah, the foot up walking pose doesn't work with that leg. So might be better to just kind of make that work better, I guess. Words. All right, let's try that. Merge that down. Ooh, actually, maybe I shouldn't. Okay. Yeah, works for me. Yeah, like the action may not come through super duper clearly in the silhouette, but it's not completely lost, at least. Okay, so the toes being more irregular, what would that do? I guess if we're looking at the original, that's potentially what we're talking about with that comment, right? How ridiculously kind of like rock and nubby those were. I think we can do that. Planning another art contest. I don't have any like planned, but that's actually a good idea. Maybe we should do one for the birthday. That'd be pretty cool. I do enjoy the art contests. So should the toes kind of come forward again? Maybe a mix between what I had before the original. So like they kind of come out in the middle, but like the sides just kind of like merge with the foot a little bit. I like that. Yeah, no, that's awesome. I definitely want you to participate. Okay, yeah, let's do it. Let's do an art contest. I'll talk with the team and we'll figure out the details for it because I think it's super cool to do and fun. So let's do it. Yeah, I figure, yeah, the birthday might be a good time to do it. For sure. All right. Let's see. Okay, I think with this, our silhouette is probably blocked in. The ear has a little bit of kind of, because of the chip where it is, it's kind of like not clear necessarily what that is. But like a chip like that might read better. You know, we can still do stuff like kind of making texture on the surface of it. You know, granite's pretty rough. So we'll kind of pockmark it a little bit. We'll probably want to do that all over the place, depending on what the texture of each surface we are going for. But that's not bad. This arm, it doesn't totally read, and I think if we angle it out and show the fingers, we would make it read. But how does that mess with the gesture? It'd be kind of floating out a bit more, right? That might be a good thing, though. Let's just see what that would do real quick. So if we grabbed this by the shoulder and rotate, need to grab the anchor point. rotate. It's lost a bit of that casualness to it, right? It's kind of like lifting its arm to do something. I think if I do that, I almost need the hand itself to be pointing out. More like that. Then it's kind of like maybe a little more relaxed if the hand is kind of instead of, depending on how it's rotated, it's kind of slightly more relaxed in certain ways. But with the elbow and shoulder up that much, it's kind of like a bit awkward, right? It's like a really big kind of doing that, but I don't see that being the actual action. So if I pull this down, by pull it down, I mean erase it. Drop that shoulder. Now it's kind of like curious. It just noticed something, right? It kind of like, huh? What is it? A little bit. It was kind of mid-sway and then caught itself. Got robot arms right now. Okay. I'm apparently just redrawing this whole arm suddenly. All right. I don't know, like it might read better, but like it loses some of the kind of like very casual. It looks like it's startled. It noticed something and it's kind of like really noticed something. It paused mid kind of action perhaps. Maybe that's good though. Let's quickly explore this. Soft eraser would help. Wow, it's so sensitive. I don't know. I'm not sure that that's working. I also don't like that it lines up so well with the side there. Maybe actually. But now like both the arms are kind of back, right? This one originally was kind of coming forward more. And again, now we're like getting wider and wider in the frame, so it's harder to kind of fit everything. Yeah. This has more of a twist to it, which I like. Yeah, the arm in is good. I think the pose is more dynamic and interesting. And the silhouette reads okay. It's fine. We'll go with this. Let's just go with this. Okay, so now that we have the silhouette, let's lock transparencies on that. And we'll start with a gradient. So let's kind of add a bit more light to it, I think. Lighten it up. That feels okay. Of course, I got to keep looking at the main monitor to check my colors because it's a little more purple on this display. But what we can do is we can create a layer on top that's connected to the transparencies of the base layer, and just kind of drop in some kind of cast shadows on things real quick. Or just the general kind of ambient shadows. Kind of things that are facing the ground more so than others, things that are kind of occluded. We can have this whole foot be a little darker and more kind of falling to the background. Between the toes, this arm is kind of swinging back, right? Ugh, so weird. And where there's kind of like a cast shadow, it's going to have like sharper shadows, but where it's rolling away from the light and the surface is just kind of changing its angle. We'll have the shadows kind of softly fall off. And I think maybe we'll get a bit warmer. Those shadows and parts where it's kind of more occluded. I think we can try and get messy first, and then we'll kind of clean it up a bit as we get more detail going. Okay, so it's kind of quick shadow pass, turn off the sketch, see what has been defined by it. It's not bad. I'm actually going to bring the sketch down so that's also tied to the transparency of the base layer here. All right. So lighting, I'm going to get kind of cool because we're inside the caverns and caves and stuff. I guess it might be more like, you know, torches and stuff that might light the mountain pass. But I also kind of think it'd be neat if it's like cooler, kind of, you know, I don't know, maybe night. I guess I could look at the other mice and see what kind of light quality they have, but let's see. I don't have chat stuff I'm missing. on that. Sorry, it was just work chat. Need to make sure I'm not missing any of that. All right, where were we? Okay, don't need to be on that layer for doing lighting anyways. Oh yeah, I wanted to look at the different mice from the mountain and sound my horn. Oops. Do 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 do. Mountain mice. There we go. All right. So yeah, they do tend to have a bit of a cooler light to them. So let's just go with that. It's high up in the snowy mountains, we'll say. So we'll just kind of get a little bit of a lighter, cooler glow on things. Plus then kind of like the warmer pink quartz and stuff like that will look neat, I think. So let's use a screen layer for this. Lighten? Maybe lighten. I never know what one I prefer out of those two for doing lighting. Oh, I think my vet is calling me. Hang on a second. Ooh, so loud. All right, sorry about that. Just had to set up a quick appointment. Unfortunately, Charlie's been kind of having some pain in her mouth, I think, so we need to get her teeth checked out. She's had kind of dental issues in the past, and she seems to be eating at one side of her mouth right now, so we're worried that maybe she's got some issues there again, so hopefully it's not too bad. All right. Yeah, so let's just kind of try and get some quick, simple lighting. I'm going to turn the sketch down a little bit more, actually. I like to try and drop it away whenever I can, to the point that I don't need it anymore. Okay, so we also did want the red eyes, right? So what I'm thinking is instead of like red, evil red glow, what if we did like the pink, kind of like a quartz kind of pink? It's kind of creepy, but it might work. If we make it a little more kind of stone. I also did make the eyes bigger, so they're kind of like really big orbs that glow, which is maybe a bit intense. Man. These brushes, or like just the way that I have to paint right now is just weird. So I have to use such a gentle touch, so I can't build it up like I'm used to. Alright. Don't know if this is working. Kind of creepy. We'll come back to that. Not sold on it though. Just might be a bad art day, you guys. I don't think it helps that my technology is fighting me, but I think it's just not a good art day period though. Yeah, well. Okay, let's get a little bit of kind of warmth in those ears. Across the face too. I think that makes the red eyes a little less kind of weird and creepy. I think we can also have a little bit of fun with like the triangle brush, because you know, why not make it even more kind of difficult and challenging for myself by like always trying to make the triangle brush work and then always being like, that didn't work. It's just a thing. All right. Well, there's actually something there that I don't dislike. Yeah, alright. Alright. It's not bad. Okay, let's hide that old drawing. Alright. I'm gonna merge this. Get rid of the old sketch. Or at least make it so that won't get lost when I flatten it. Alright. Squish down. So I think I'm gonna have a little more bounce light going on in things. First I'm gonna kind of bring a little bit of definition to these toes. Just the top, so you can kind of see what direction those are going in, right? The palm of the hand. Gonna just define that a little bit more against the fingers, so you can kind of tell what's going on there a little bit better. And like, I think it could be kind of interesting to have some thinner parts of the stone have a little bit of light almost kind of come through. Like the ears are going to be the thinnest, and if it has the kind of the quartz banding and kind of like, you know, deposit or whatever that would be called, just a little more light kind of interacting with that is kind of interesting. I think at the edges too, there's a good opportunity for that to happen, where the light kind of catches it and comes through. And there can be quite a bit of speck in there, so there's some kind of nice sky blue crystals as well. I should probably actually have like some good granite reference. Raw granite. Yeah, it's so very, very textured and crunchy and a lot going on. It's cool stuff. All right. Yeah. More triangles. Let's go with 100% flow to get more kind of intensity behind this. Okay, and then if I make this something like an overlay, I feel like that'll help too. Because then like certain dark areas will kind of not have it affect it quite as much. But then the light areas, it kind of like intensifies. Then we can even go darker as well. We probably don't want it to be even everywhere, right? Need to have that kind of variety throughout the whole thing. Yeah, where would it be interesting to kind of have those organic patterns and break up the texture a bit? I like the kind of gradient of it being a bit darker at the base, right? Lighter as it goes up. Yeah, we can get a lot of nice colors in here too. I think the tail, let's keep that a bit lighter. Yeah, definitely avoiding it being too uniform, totally. Oh yeah, what is the description for this one? We'll have to take a look. And yeah, I mean, maybe it's time to kind of do a little tweak to it. So we now have 3, or sorry, 4. We've had 3 for quite a while. All right. Okay, so that's pretty intense. We can maybe pull that back a little bit. Yeah, I like that there's kind of a range of colors that we can put into this. So I'm going to give it more of that pink in the top area. I like that. Maybe not hot pink, but that's a bit much. Okay. Yeah, I mean, since we have more of the red and pink and warms kind of like in that area, I think it is okay to go more saturated and intense for the eyes being red. That works for me. All right, so going to have that chin overlap there. Can bring that pink way in there, but then I'm going to pull it back. This will help kind of make the head stand out from the body a bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to now drop this into shadow. So we have the pink that's going to be covered over, drop that down in value, and actually warm the color. So boom, it's now in shadow there. Okay. All right. Now, I'm going to try and bring those shadows I was creating back in again, because I kind of covered over them quite a bit. I added all the colorful texture. So let's just do that. Do that on a layer above. All right. Sorry if I'm rambly. Okay. Let's go for pretty dark and saturated color for this shadow pass. So we can pull it back, I think. We'll go a bit further than it needs to be, and then we'll pull it back. So do cast shadows right now. A little bit hard to see what's going on in here. So we'll use this to help define what's going on a bit better. Since that's going to have kind of an upward facing edge, it'll be easy to hit it with a decent amount of light. It'll help kind of, with the contrast being at that edge, it'll help make it feel like a kind of sharper surface, which I think makes sense for kind of the palm being kind of like a, you know, almost a right angle to the wrist. Get the toes here. And this foot we can just kind of drop into shadow a bit more. Getting a bit dark, but again, I plan on kind of pulling it back from here, right? to be that sharpen surface there. Okay. Knock that back a little bit. I'm just going to erase away from this a bit. It's fine that it's quite dark under, like right underneath, but I'm going to have that fade off pretty quick, fall off pretty quick, I guess. It's just ambient light getting in. Alright. Yeah, I think the eyes could definitely let's try starting with them being kind of like quite dark. They're like going to be a ruby or something like that, so they're translucent. And if they're kind of like inset in the face, they'll be kind of dark. But then, and this might not work, but I'm doing it on a different layer, so we'll see. Kind of light bouncing around and refracting and getting that kind of internal glow. Super evil, creepy eyes. I don't think this is going to work. It's so scary. What have I done? I've made a monster, my friends. Wish that the tablet wasn't fighting me the whole way, but c'est la vie. Sorry about your face, friend. Okay. Oh, Liz is the new artist, yeah. Elizabeth Sherry. I believe that's the full name. Let me check. Sure. Yeah, Elizabeth Sherry. That's right. I don't know. What do you guys think? Is this texture working? Maybe I need to merge my layers down to make my painting just a little bit easier. But it's like maybe okay, but I'm kind of not convinced personally. Think you'll lodge the dwarf mouse's axe back in the granite mouse? Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to mumble. Elizabeth Sherry is the newest artist. They started at the beginning of the year, so on Monday. Too cute for the axe. Okay. Well, I'm glad that people think this is cute. I'm not so certain, but that's what I want. I'm just not sure it's working. Sorry. It's just like add just a little bit more pressure and suddenly it's like totally opaque. Yeah. Okay, let's try screen. That was supposed to be a smudge tool. Thank you. I don't know. I'm not too pleased with the piece, I'm not gonna lie. But if some people are okay with the direction it's going in, then at least I can probably make it work. Yeah, I think I'll probably want to have kind of like a variety of textures, like pretty kind of rough and kind of rugged and chipped and textured in some areas, but then others maybe polished and, you know, shiny and smooth, kind of like what I'm doing right now on the arm. Although the arm I might actually want to be the rough area, whereas like its tummy might be better if that's the kind of smooth and polished part, right? Okay, well, let's figure out how we could put the axe in. I mean, it does kind of have these shoulder pads, so it could just be like plink into the shoulder pad, kind of like the arm there, right? Or it could just be stepping on it. Maybe. I think maybe I need to figure out the values a bit better. I think I'm off with that. Maybe in the knee pad. Okay, well, let's try hucking an axe, I guess. I'm gonna click. So, thinking this shoulder pad. Maybe that's too small though. Kind of want it to be stepping on it, to be honest. No, maybe not. But it's like, none of this. Not in my house. I'll put an end to your shenanigans, dwarf mouse. Yeah, it's too small. The mouse has shed the axe. New beginnings. Just kind of in the background. It's tough. I'm having a tough time today, not gonna lie. I like that there's kind of some play between them. Maybe if it is this shoulder pad, a little more room to work with. Looks good there. Kind of wish I drew the dwarf mouse first. Yeah, it's kind of weird. And then the silhouette's gonna potentially be a bit confusing because of it. Maybe the foot. Maybe. Just kind of like chopped into the side. Yeah, this side there's a little more white space to work with, it's true. Okay. One of the things about it is I liked the impression that it just didn't even care, didn't notice. It's like immune to it. It's almost like I want it like kind of sticking into the ear, but it is like dented around it or something. Just didn't even care. Broke off on its ear of all things, the thinnest part. Yeah, maybe the axe is like chipped and dented from trying to attack this rock solid character. The newest piercing style. Come get your ear chopped today. Yeah. Just walking at you casual with an axe sticking out of its ear. Yeah, triangle tool. I had to try. And it actually works. It works for this. We finally did it. Oh boy. I can't wait to like work on this on like Monday and be like, art is working again. Because I think there's so much cool stuff I can do with this. It's just probably not going to happen today. Just saying. Not on the ear, okay. Axe needs less handle, like the short broken off handle in the original. Dwarf moves straight to pull it. Axe Lodge just broke off at the handle. Yeah, alright, I agree. But not on the ear? You don't like it on the ear? I think it's kind of funny there. I'm wondering if it should be more of like old school axe. Where it's got the kind of that style. It's just snapped right here. At least to me, that kind of reads more as an axe head. Plus, if I redraw the dwarf, then I'll get it this version of the axe, right? Get some kind of pattern on the side, the maker's mark punched in. I don't know if that's anything. And then it got worn down due to all the combat. I don't know. All right. Now when I redraw them, I should have one of them broken. Just the handle. Build more of the story between them. What do we think? We'll try like moving it around to different spots. Just kind of smack it. Bam, bam. kind of makes sense there, right? Yeah. The ear or the shoulder does work. That's a good point. Shoulder is at least a little lower. Alright, well, maybe shoulder it is then. Yeah, shoulder. It works. Then we can do a little bit of like reflection and cast bounce light, stuff like that. That's neat. Feels more like it's like not sticking into the mouse. It's just a shoulder pad. It's fine. Doesn't even notice. Alright, so that's probably good. Let's do that. Let's go with a different color for now. Oh, wrong layer. Wrong tool. Alright. Kind of like it being almost a bit rusted too. Should the axe be a bit smaller to be a little less imposing? Maybe. I don't want to be so small, but this is closer to what the original size would be. Might be better for the overall silhouette too. It could be kind of clipped onto the edge of the shoulder pad, even more distant from any kind of actual damage. Yeah, alright. You can take it. It's true. He doesn't even notice. Yeah, I think maybe this just will have a better read in the silhouette anyways. So, not bad. Because before it was like mushing into the face and kind of distorting the shoulder, whereas this is now just kind of sitting outside of it a bit, so that might be a good thing. We'll go with it. And again, honestly, like, I don't think I'm gonna wrap this up today to any satisfactory level for myself anyways, so I'm definitely gonna kind of tune it and tweak it later. Get some fresh eyes on it. Let's see. I honestly can't wait to kind of like fix the drivers. Very frustrating right now. I've got to say. Okay, if I do this kind of highlighting everywhere, everything's going to be too polished, I think. So I should probably try to be more selective with it. Kind of neat in some areas though, because I could have like the actual shapes of things reflected into it, like this axe. It's kind of neat to have that as a bit of a reflection there. And it doesn't need to be incredibly well polished, so it can kind of fade off in areas. Maybe at the edges it's a little more apparent because it's kind of angled away from us. But where it's facing towards us, the reflection isn't as good. A little Fresnel right there. Yeah, no, that's a good point. A small, ineffectual axe is more comedic, but I was worried a big axe lodged in near the head just looked a little violent. No, for sure, I totally agree, especially since I did want this to be a little cuter and innocent feeling. This big, kind of gnarly axe right beside its neck is definitely intense, so you are right. I do completely agree with you on that, actually. Let's see. Okay, so the ears would be kind of smooth and polished, and sorry, I'm just kind of like looking and thinking at the same time, moving it around to try and think about it, apparently. Not sure how that works, but hey. Great. Let's see. Let's flip it. We haven't done that in a long time, actually. Whoop. All right. Well, that needs to come in there. The cheek feels like it's really lopsided feeling. So that, I think, subconsciously has been bugging me about the overall thing. I'm going to smash this all down. It won't let me. Just do it this way. May have been a terrible idea, but That's just how I'm working today. So I did mention I want to play with the values. That's a good place to kind of make sure things are working how you need it to. So I'm going to change to my luminosity brush. I get quite a bit darker. I'm going to find kind of the deepest, darkest shadows and make sure that those are where I need them to be and as dark as I need them to be. And then I can kind of build everything off of those values. If I can get my values where I want them, everything else will fall into place a little easier at least. When you're doing kind of like pitted textures, a good place to have those kind of be apparent is actually where your light starts to fall off, like right at that edge. Because then where the light would kind of stop on a surface facing upwards, where it's kind of pitted in, you can go down to kind of the bottom side of that and like just catch a little bit of light right there. And that'll kind of like really give a lot more depth and dimension to it. Whereas like if it's up here where the surface is kind of facing upwards, this kind of like wouldn't have a cast shadow in it necessarily as easily. It might just be kind of like up on the upper edge. A little harder to notice because the light's filling the whole thing in and bouncing around. And then if this kind of like hole was down here, it's like kind of all in shadow, you know, so might not really notice that it's even there. So if you really want to kind of like put in as little rendering, but to get as much of that kind of like oomph, it's right on that kind of Terminator line. The light is just kind of falling off right there. You can kind of bring your highlights and shadows to either side of it. Just really push it. But of course, you know, you wouldn't want just a single band of it only there, you know, you're going to still want to try and get that same feeling up in different spots. And somewhere like here, maybe that cast shadow dips down into a crack that's along here, you know, so it's a little easier to carry that along. Yeah, I think this cheek is just kind of like just drooping out to the side. So either we kind of pull the whole face over like that, which I think might actually have fixed it. That might have done it. Let's give it a flip. Feels a little better. It's not perfect, but slightly more comfortable. Maybe I just need to bring this cheek down to kind of balance it. And then because this is kind of like falling into some deep shadows under here, like right where the bottom of the face and the top of the chest come together would be a neck, but in this character, who knows what's going on there. Could just be a boulder sitting on top of boulder, right? And so in that case, both of them are like really kind of, you know, blocking the light. So I'm actually, instead of having kind of like a hard, crisp contrasty line separating them, I'm gonna kind of like make it a little bit more muddled and hard to actually see that perfectly defined edge, and that'll kind of help it feel more in shadow, because you kind of lose information in a way. Okay. Keep that luminosity brush going. I do like how speckled it is. I just want to balance it. I don't want it to go too distracting with it, but I definitely want the whole thing to feel like it has some really interesting texture. So I think just kind of like creating a nice rhythm in that texture is useful. Maybe it's just kind of toned down just slightly where it gets a little too contrasty. So like when we look at it with color again, it still has that, but the values are a little bit closer together, so it's not going to scream out nearly as much. You can kind of smudge some flats here and there, blend it a little. Probably get more like oranges and kind of iron kind of in there, maybe. I don't know, maybe it's not even like enough quartz going on though. Depends on kind of like what style of kind of granite we want, I guess. Alright, sorry, just had to respond. Okay, well, let's just keep the luminosity going. I'm just going to create a slight plane change there, just to kind of remind us that it's more of a organic rock, just kind of more naturally, formed. Keep that kind of shadow shape going. Got too dark there. Lighten up that edge so it kind of stands out against that shadow there. So the shoulder pad kind of stands out now a little more. And I did want to make areas of the torso more kind of pockmarked and textured. I think it's kind of interesting if some areas are a little bit polished, but it's kind of like it just transitions. It's not, this is all polished, this is all rough and crunchy. A little bit of variation back and forth is kind of neat. I think I'll just kind of drop that arm down a little bit overall. And this kind of like arm here is kind of facing towards the sky more so. So I think it deserves to get more light on it. In which case, just a little more contrast between the torso and that arm is fine, even though this is upwards facing, so it would also be getting some good light on it. Yes, saving, good point. Yeah, no, I don't know what's up, but Photoshop has been having weird flickering, and that's just kind of like the latest update for me. On either computer, it's had that issue. So I don't know what's up with that. I haven't had any crashes at all, thankfully, but it's never a bad idea to just save. I always just kind of get too caught up to remember to do it, though, so I always appreciate the reminders. And it has been done, thank you. That might be interesting to have kind of almost like a wrinkle for the knuckles. Don't want to get too kind of gnarly with it, but it's kind of neat. Oh, I'm on the axe layer. I was wondering what was happening. It's like, why am I able to draw off of the character? That would do it. I'm gonna just, I'm committed with that axe. That's fine. Let's go for it. Merge it in. Why not? Okay, so I'm going to use the silhouette to kind of define the texture even more, like kind of cutting out and chipping away pieces of it. I can kind of like define the texture, same as how I did it on the ear, right? Just kind of knocking out little chips of it here and there. You just express what the texture is like without having to draw every single pock mark everywhere, right? Silhouettes are powerful and important. Cool. All right. Just getting a little more texture in there. All right. And Beige is a good idea. Yeah, you're right. I agree. And yeah, like having it be more kind of like this whole rock is more affected by it is a great idea. Let's see, how shall we do that? More like something around that, maybe the triangles. Let's try it as a color layer. Something like that might be good. And just like a little bit on this foot. Kind of like it, just kind of going across an area. Yeah. Just a touch of green. Smallest amount. I almost wonder if like having kind of like a white don't know. Let's see. Lighten. Yeah, that didn't really do it. Not what I was thinking, but I do like how colorful this is. It's quite nice. And it is starting to come together. I'm starting to be a little more happy with it. I do like its very broad, heavy feet. The face is feeling a little bit more comfortable. Still not happy with it, but slightly better. Yeah, that splash of color is quite nice, actually. It's a good suggestion. We'll bring some green down in kind of like the bottom right area, in the shadow. Sure. All right. I see. Yeah, okay. Keeping those specular highlights to keep that reflection off of the kind of more quartzy, shiny, especially if it's like a smoothed and polished area. Definitely want to have that kind of reflecting. I like it being a little bit kind of like crunchy and textury, and so it won't have the same shine in that spot though. But yeah, a little rusty too. I mean, I kind of like that, but maybe that's not what we want for it. Maybe not. I do like the color range though. It's interesting to me. Maybe if we bring a little more kind of gray and black speckled into that area, maybe. Let's try it. Though it might be getting a bit intense, contrasty. I was thinking originally maybe it's just kind of more peppered looking, like a, you know, like a darker mineral or something like that. I don't know precisely what it would be, but maybe. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it does need to have a little more specular highlighting happening, a little more reflecting. Even when it is kind of crunchy, you know, it's still going to have the ability to kind of reflect that light, right? At least where there's the like quartz kind of nicely developed. It's getting a bit intense over there, so I don't want to overdo things, draw too much attention to it. Knock that back a little bit. Yeah, all right, well, it certainly isn't all the way there, but I am feeling a little more comfortable with it, a little more confident. Yeah, I like the idea of kind of some moss could be growing on it too. That's why I was kind of thinking like the green around the feet and toes might be kind of neat because it could be hinting at that. And then just a little bit of texture difference there would give that away. So that could be nice. Oh, no, I always appreciate the input, and it just kind of gives me a little bit of a different lens to consider. I don't always assume that all input is the most kind of like correct, right? You know, everyone has their opinions on things, but I like it. I always appreciate people's comments and insight because everybody sees things a little differently, and the more perspectives you can kind of like use, the more you can actually see things, I think. Plus, we make this together, you know, for you guys. So if I can gain anything from your input, then that makes me happy. And in the end, I'll always try and just kind of make it look neat. Even if it's not like, let's say, scientifically sound, I don't think that's any kind of prerequisite for our universe that we create. That is a cool idea. Although it seems like the dwarf mouse might have tried to do that carving themselves. I don't think it went well for them. Yeah, that was in the sketch I was considering, like, what if it did have some kind of carving? I suppose that got lost, or we never really explored it. When we were kind of trying stuff out, it ended up feeling a little too kind of just intense. At least the quick kind of etching that I was doing, it started to make it look a little more kind of like armor, or, you know, some kind of warrior type looking thing. So I decided to kind of move away from that. But yeah, like, I think it could have kind of like a little decorative element to it, like on these shin pads or something like that, you know, or the shoulders might even be a good place for something like that, to indicate that it's more just a thing that the mouse is wearing, as opposed to the mouse's kind of actual body, in which case the axe sticking out of it feels even less kind of like, ooh, that's gruesome. So it's not a bad way to have that. And it's not like crazy, like, whoa, this guy's kitted out, you know, with crazy armor. It's just some fancier shoulder pads, like Mom used to wear. There we go. So that works too. Yeah, the tail I haven't really done anything for. It's true. I think we could probably. it kind of like sloping up gently. Like, I'm really imagining it's this heavy, loud kind of like dragging behind the mouse element. So I would even have it kind of like draped on the floor and flattened out instead. Almost the opposite kind of angle that it's at. Let's do that. Should probably use a opaque brush for this. Yeah, I didn't really put any care into the tail. So it's not ballooning out there, just changing the angle awkwardly. So it's kind of going up towards the mouse a little bit more. Not totally sold on that. Here, let's just get rid of it completely and create a new layer for it, where we might actually capture it. Looks a bit odd. Yeah, we don't want that. It was fun when we've done like fan stuff in the past, and I actually ended up redrawing a fan's piece. That was pretty cool. Should do something like that again. One of the things that happens is when we create areas now, we always kind of have like, all right, this is the theme and the structure and like how the characters should work together and kind of design around stuff. So it's a little bit harder to kind of like have a fan design fit in that. And we haven't done that much either. You know, we did that like the one time, and then we even had a very long time ago a fan art that we did put in the game because we loved it. But yeah, it's a tough thing, you know. I think it's cool when we can do that though. I mean, if it's really good, then it's kind of like, I don't know, I think it's neat. Maybe we should put it in. But that said, you know, I don't want to give people the expectation that like, hey, if you draw cool fan art, it's definitely going in the game, because that's not anything I can guarantee at all. Just kind of like, as an example, the Gang Boss mouse, which was a pretty cool mouse that we designed together, it took forever to be able to actually put that into the game proper, because we're just like, it doesn't quite fit perfectly here yet. So we just like held off on adding it until the art was kind of like outdated and I had to touch it up. But you know, just as an example of kind of like, it's super not easy to just kind of like add any character into the game. It was a little bit of a different thing way back when, a little more Wild West style of kind of like design. You know, the whole kind of like generic mice at the, you know, in the early adventures are very unrelated to each other and kind of pretty random. But yeah, nowadays it's a lot more kind of like planned and designed. Let's see, we're coming up on 5 o'clock, so I think I'll actually wrap up at 5. Because I'm feeling a little more confident about the piece, but at the same time I'm still kind of feeling like I'm not gonna get there, and I am fighting an uphill battle. I have to admit it. So, any kind of final thoughts? Let's try and work through anything that is outstanding so I don't miss it. You do like the eyes a lot? Okay, good. I'm glad, because I wasn't sure if that was working, but I think when I tweaked the face, it did feel a little better. Tail. And of course, if it's something like, oh, this part isn't fully rendered, you know, that is something that I'll notice as I'm finishing it up and render it, most likely, hopefully. Yeah, if there's any kind of major design things that you would like, I'll try to work it in or figure it out. We'll see. Axe should have a different colored handle. You're right, it should. I'm going to be kind of like modifying the actual color of the actual the axe head probably. I like it being a little rust feeling. But you know, it'll have a wooden handle. Maybe it's going to be kind of like have that kind of like burnished quality to it or something. It's maybe just like a simple wooden pine. I don't know what kind of. It'd probably be like a hardwood actually that they would use. A little more red to it. But the actual axe head would be kind of treated differently, I think. You know, it's not going to be the same as the handle, at least. That's for sure. I just hadn't really rendered it, you know. That's a start on it, at least. And then, like, the actual kind of, I don't know what that's called, where it's actually kind of shaved down. That'll have kind of a different coloring than the rest because it's being polished and ground down to be sharpened, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know words. Well, I'll deal with that when I get to it. Blade edge, yeah. All right, let's see. Oh, well, I'm glad you got to join in. It's a lot of fun. It's very slow and long and not always the most exciting because it takes a while for it to get places, but I'm glad you found it interesting. And I always enjoy new people joining in and taking part. In case you're not familiar, I generally do the art version every other week, and Dave does the developer kind of dialogue on the other days. So it's kind of a back and forth that we'll have. So next week, I believe Dave is probably going to ask some interesting questions about the upcoming birthday, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah. No, I'm glad you decided to tune in, and always appreciate it. Welcome back next week. I'm glad that you guys are liking where it's gone. It's better. That's me saying that I'm still not happy with it, but I am at least not incredibly upset with it anymore. I was actually quite frustrated at a point earlier, but I think kind of like when we started to look at the values, that was when it actually started to work. And that often is a thing, for me at least, when I can kind of like make the value structure work, then suddenly it reads where and how I want it to. That's why I was on the wrong layer. So, a little hot tip if you're ever kind of like struggling and you don't know why. Just pop it into grayscale. See if that does anything. It's not a surefire way, but it's one of the tools in the quiver. Flipping it and grayscale. It's two really good ways to kind of get a fresh perspective on it. All right. Oh yeah, West Coast, that's fair. Well, at least with the art ones, they go all day long, so you have a good, generally 6 or 7 hours to tune in. So it's one of the benefits of it going for as long as it does. All right, 6 minutes. I mean, that's a good point. I think maybe we want to make them a little more uniform. I did just kind of scribble them out, not expecting it to work, so let's kind of pull this in just a little bit. I think in the very upper corners here we can get quite dark there. There we go. Bigger, juicier eyes. Make it even cuter, I suppose. Feels a little more like crystal kind of coming out of the mouth there. That's good. There we go. A gaze from the mouse is said to strike fear into hunters. Yeah, I mean, we might tweak the description, but at the same time, that's also kind of funny if we leave it with this. I don't know. I think it might be your guys' call if we decide to tweak it or not. But I mean, we could kind of like make it a little more menacing if we wanted. Still cute, but like grumpy cute. Okay. That's not a bad way to handle it. It's still kind of like, oh, I like them, but they're like just a little more kind of like, what are you doing on my lawn? I don't know. I don't know. I think I like it being cute though. What'd you call me? Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It'd be like if this thing wanted to cuddle, I'd be very afraid. And also probably just in general terrified. Just imagine giving this one a high five. Be like high-fiving sandpaper. Really, really coarse sandpaper. Yeah, no, I feel like this mouse is going to be yet another character where when you look at the stats and it's like this mouse weighs 6 ounces, you'll be like, that seems inaccurate. Something is off. All right, no, we have hit 5 o'clock, so I am going to call it for the day. But I honestly think we did manage to bring it a lot further than I was anticipating, considering how much of a struggle I was having with just stylus and the actual sketch and all that jazz. But I'm pretty happy with the direction. It'll be interesting to look at this early next week and see where I'm actually at with it, fresh eyes and all that. But I'll give it a save and come back to it later. I'm not sure, maybe we'll end up kind of continuing this on the next stream, but I don't know, I think maybe I'll finish it off if I'm kind of like feeling inspired on Monday, and then, we'll see when it gets in the game, and it'll be a little surprise for you then, unless we do continue it on stream. We'll see. But, as always, oh, gift link, I didn't even have one. You're right. Michelle was feeling a little under the weather, so normally she makes one for me. But I'll see if Franco... we'll see if Franco responds. Sorry, just catching up on chat that I missed. Okay. Oh man, I haven't heard back from Franco. I'll harass Dave as well. He might see it. You get enough free stuff from the Great Winter Hunt? Just kidding. Yeah, no, I was like, oh, I need to grab one of those, but Michelle is feeling under the weather, so I won't bug her. And I forgot to like message anyone else about it. So, oops. Yeah, originally I was figuring we might have kind of like a big list of mice we want to do, and then we do live polls to kind of vote on it. But the Granite just stood out as a good option, so we ended up going that route. So sorry about the description being inaccurate for today, but I mean we kind of voted on it, just not using polls in a way. Well, thank you for the very kind words there, mighty. Mightst. Yeah, no, it is quite the character. The axe just sticking out of it. Good times. All right, well, you know what? I'm not sure if Dave or Franco are available, but I'll ask Dave to slip in an extra nice Larry link for you next week, perhaps. But as is, I'm gonna sign off. I had a good time. Nice to be back in the saddle, although I did feel a little kind of, you know, rusty, I guess. Gotta reinstall my drivers or something. But yeah, okay. Well, I'm gonna sign out, and again, I appreciate you very much. Thank you for tuning in, being a part of this journey, and helping kind of give me really good input. Lots of incredibly great ideas and kind of direction for this. We had a lot of fun together, and I'm excited to see where this ends up. So I shall see you guys probably in 2 weeks, and tune in next week for Dave. Happy hunting, everyone. Take care of yourselves, stay safe, and I'll see you next time. Okay, bye for now.